from Rufus?
He's got it there.
These are for the two prisoners. Late.
Good morning. I would like to call the April 19, 2024 board meeting to order. The time is 9:11. We will start the meeting, and I'd ask you all to stand, and we're going to do the pledges to the American flag and the Texas flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So the Texas Pledge of Allegiance. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. I'm sorry, we may have blocked the pledge if you didn't know it, how we're standing here. We'll try to fix that. Okay. Okay. I will start the meeting this morning with the board's mission statement and philosophy. The mission statement. The mission of the Texas Board of Nursing is to protect and promote the welfare of the people of Texas by ensuring that each person holding a license as a nurse in the state of Texas is competent to practice safely. The board fulfills its mission through the regulation of the practice of nursing and the approval of nursing education programs. This mission, derived from the Nursing Practice Act, supersedes the interest of any individual, the nursing profession, or any special interest group. Our philosophy: acting in accordance with the highest standards of ethics, accountability, efficiency, effectiveness, and openness, the Texas Board of Nursing approaches its mission with a deep sense of purpose and responsibility, and affirms that the regulation of nursing is a public and private trust. The board assumes a proactive leadership role in regulating nursing practice and nursing education. The board serves as a catalyst for developing partnerships and promoting collaboration and addressing regulatory issues. The public and nursing community alike can be assured of a balanced and responsible approach to regulation. So I'd like to welcome all our board members, board staff, and audience this morning to this board meeting. This meeting is being held pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.127. Please remember to mute or turn off any cell phones. Today's meeting is being held in person at the George Herbert Walker Bush Building, located at 1801 Congress Avenue, room 4.300, Austin, Texas, and is open for anyone of the public to attend and observe. So we will begin the board member roll call. Dr. Benton.
Kathy Boswell, representing AD in Education.
Kathy Boswell, present.
Daryl Chambers, representing Consumers. Mr. Chambers is absent. Laura Disk, representing RN Practice.
Laura Disk, present.
Carol Hawkins Garcia, representing RN Practice.
Carol Hawkins Garcia, present.
Maisie Jamison, representing Consumers.
Maisie Jamison, present.
Ken Johnson, representing LV in Education.
Ken Johnson, present.
Kathy Lederhorn, representing LV in Practice.
Kathy Lederhorn, present.
Allison Porter Edwards, representing BSN Education. Dr. Edwards is absent. Drew Riddle, representing APRN Practice. Dr. Riddle is absent. Melissa Scott, representing LVN Practice.
Melissa Scott, present.
Kathy Shipp, representing APRN Practice.
Kathy Shipp, present.
Rick Williams, representing Consumers.
Rick Williams, present.
And Kim Wright, representing LVN Practice. Ms. Wright is absent. Madam President, we have a quorum.
Thank you. We will now proceed with the introduction of board members and staff. Ms. Disk?
Good morning. I am Laura Disk, a registered nurse, and I represent RN Practice. I am from South Texas, McAllen, well, far, but I work as the Chief Executive Officer of Rio Grande Regional Hospital in McAllen.
Good morning. I'm Kathy Lederhorn. I represent LVN Practice. I reside in Granbury and I practice in Fort Worth.
Good morning. I'm Ken Johnson. I represent LVN Education, and I'm faculty at Howard College San Angelo.
Good morning. I'm Rick Williams, and I represent consumers. I am from Killeen, Texas.
Good morning. I'm Carol Hawkins Garcia. I'm from San Antonio, Texas. I represent RN Practice, and I'm a clinical educator at Acute Hospital.
I'm Kathy Boswell, and I represent Associate Degree Nursing Education.
Good morning. I am Melissa Scott. I am an LVN and I represent LVN Practice. I Granbury and I work in Fort Worth at Cook Children's Medical Center.
Hi, my name is Maisie Jameson. I represent consumers. I live in Dallas, Texas.
Thank you, staff. Dr. Benton?
Good morning. I'm Kristen Benton, Executive Director.
John Vanderford, Deputy General Counsel.
Dusty Johnston, General Counsel. Good morning. Hemant Macon, Director of Operations.
Anthony Diggs, Director of Enforcement.
Elise McDermott, Director of Nursing.
Daryl Holt, IT.
Patricia Vianis Cabrera, Executive Assistant.
Bruce Holter, Information Specialist. Brian Evans, Admin Monitor.
Do we have those two? Thank you. Thank you, members, and thank you, staff. Okay, this morning on our agenda, we're now begin the meeting with agenda item 7.6, consideration of the internal audit of the information systems technology. Dr. Rufus, and we will be going into executive session. So those in the audience as visitors will be asked to leave, and after we finish that, we will resume the remaining business in our open meeting. I think some staff will be staying, but not all, and I think you know who you are. So our remaining staff are Dusty Johnston, John Vanderford, Hemant Macon, Abby Gameri, Dr. Benton, Anthony Diggs, and Elise McDermott. 101, and we are coming out of our executive session. And at this time, we have an action item, 7.6. Board members. And we have met with Dr. Rufus, who his organization has done our information systems technology audit. And so could I have a motion?
Madam President, Rick Williams, move to accept the internal audit of the information system technology T-Bond 023-022 as prepared by Mundy Rufus & Co. PC for fiscal year 2023.
Thank you. And could I have a second?
This is Maisie Jamison. I second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. And now, if you will please vote. Kathy Boswell,
Kathy Boswell, 4.
Laura Disk,
Laura Dis, 4.
Carol Hawkins Garcia,
Carol Hawkins Garcia, 4.
Maisie Jamison,
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Ken Johnson,
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Kathy Ship, myself, 4. Rick Williams.
Rick Williams, 4.
And the motion passes. So Dr. Rufus has left, but for just let the record reflect that we are a very grateful agency, staff, and board for the work that he has done. Our contract has ended with his organization for the last 4 years. He has been professional, conscientious, and given us amazing audits to help us maintain the integrity of the agency that we have. This information security systems technology audit has been spot on. Our staff are very grateful for what we've seen, what we've found, and any work that we need to do in compliance. We've already started working on those items, and our COO and our IT manager are both in agreement with this audit, and we know that he's not in the building, but I still want us to give his organization a round of applause for the work that they've done for us these last 4 years, and we thank them for that. And so we've accepted this report, and at this time we're going to move on to the next agenda item, which is 7.5, consideration and selection of vendor for internal auditing services. Dr. Mundy's group's contract is up, and we have another vendor. And so at this time, could the group from Weaver and Tidwell LLP come forward? And Brian Miller. For those that are new to us this day, this is our first couple of days in this boardroom, and we're still working out some of the bugs on being able to provide, have a smooth meeting. So thank you for being here. If you'll make sure you're talking into the microphones for us. And so you want to start? Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, board members. On August 24th, 2023, staff issued request for proposals number 507-23-002, hereinafter referred to as the RFP. It was to procure internal auditing services, and a copy of that RFP is attached as attachment A to this item. 3 responses were received, but only 2 were timely, and they were received on or before the proposal date and time. The late response was disqualified, it was not reviewed, and it was returned to the sender pursuant to section 3.1 in the RFP. Staff reviewed the timely 2 responses in accordance with Texas Government Code sections 2156.121 through 2156.125 and the State of Texas Procurement and Contract Management Guide. All responses were considered independently in conjunction with the requirements that are outlined in the RFP. The contract attorney then received those 3 responses and determined that, as stated before, 2 were timely and responsive to the RFP. These responses were reviewed and evaluated by a team consisting of 3 members, 3 evaluation committee members, who completed bid tabulations based on the evaluation criteria set out in the RFP. A scoring matrix of staff's evaluation of the responses is also attached to this item as attachment B. As the attachment goes on to show, the vendor Weaver and Tidwell LLP received the highest scores from our evaluators. Therefore, staff recommends the board approve Weaver and Tidwell LLP as the awarded vendor of RFP number 507-23-002 and authorize the executive director of the board to prepare and execute a 1-year contract with the option to renew for 3 one-year periods without the need for an additional rebidding process. And here with me today from Weaver and Tidwell, I have Partner of Risk Advisory Services, Daniel Graves, and I also have Manager Jeff Jones. Weaver and Tidwell has experience performing internal auditing services for around 7 state agencies of Texas, and they would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Good morning. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. Happy to be here.
So our understanding is that you just hit the floor running. I mean, we've just ended with one, and then we will have an assessment. So do you want to kind of tell us a little bit how you'll be doing that?
Sure. Yeah. The first step would be to perform an updated risk assessment. So we would look at through history of risk assessments, help management update and perform a risk assessment update to create a multi-year internal audit plan. We like to do that for various reasons. One, it gives us a prospective look into what's happening. It also allows us to create an organized and methodical way to approach the internal audits. For instance, I know you just had IT security. So that one, we could stem off of that to have other in-depth IT audits in various other areas. So we have an approach that is systematic in the way we execute our internal audits year over year so that we can leverage prior audits and knowledge gained from those. But we're also not static in that plan. With the 3-year plan, we always reassess at the end of every year to determine if the next year's plan makes sense in an agile methodology so that we can respond to any emerging risks or things change, right? A risk assessment's a Polaroid of risk at that point in time. And so we also update that and reassess before we execute internal audits so that we're addressing risks timely and being responsive to any emerging risks that occur for the agency. So we'll do the risk assessment, create a plan, bring it to you for your approval. There's also an annual internal audit report that has to be filed. We will have to coordinate on that to determine the best way to approach that with our predecessor versus us, and so we'll have to coordinate that activity because that report is due usually by November 1st. This will be November 1st of 2024 when it's due. So we'll work on getting that filed and completed on your behalf. So those would be the first few activities, as well as being able to plan and prepare for internal audit for the next fiscal year.
Thank you. Questions, board members? Yes, Maisie?
You indicated you work for 7 state agencies. Could you please tell me who those are, which those are?
Make me name them off the top of my head. Okay.
No pressure.
We work with Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation. We work with the Cancer Prevention Institute of Texas. We work with the Texas Council for Developmental Disabilities, the Library and Archives Commission. We also work in a co-source capacity with Department of Information Resources, as well as ERS. State Board of Pharmacy. We have previously worked with the Medical Board. Their RFP renewal cycle is outstanding still. So that's 7 or 8 right there, as well as numerous other higher education. So if you group, UT system, Texas A&M system, and other member universities as state agencies, then the number grows.
I understand.
And that's Texas. We also have others out of state.
I understand you're a nationwide firm. How many offices do you have?
How many offices? We just added some. I believe it is around 11 without having to do a count.
Thank you. I was just curious.
7 in Texas, and then others throughout the U.S. Yeah.
Thank you.
Madam President, this is Kathy Lederhorn. So are you guys out of Austin or no? Y'all will come in?
Yes, ma'am. We're just down off of Mopac.
Okay.
So Jeff and I are both resident to Austin, and that's why we represent our Texas state practice.
And if I'm not as up on some of the statistics and that sort of thing, can you tell us about your reports? Are they user friendly, lots of tables, colors, that sort of thing? Or is it just, because we've had both. We had a previous internal audit and I lost some brain cells. They just crossed seeing all the Excel spreadsheets. And then your predecessor, their reports were a little different. Sorry. Are y'all laughing at me? Y'all are laughing at me. No.
We're validating you.
No, because
thank you.
Hemet is into colors.
Done that.
And
yeah.
yes, he definitely, he's
It
new
made
to
me
us.
feel like I
Yes,
understood the
well,
process.
we've worked with him before when he was at TDL.
Oh.
Color coded.
Yeah, it just makes me feel like I understand the process, where before it was just like Charlie Brown's teacher, wah, 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 and then I really understood.
Can you put the microphone more to, sorry.
Yeah. There's
Okay,
one.
pull. Here comes our Brian.
Is this one better?
Or
Is that
no,
help?
helping.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So each audit report lends itself, or each audit lends itself to different types of reports. So some are prone to tables and pictures and things, others aren't. It's really hard to put a lot of, I could put, in an IT security audit, I could put pictures of a computer in there for you, but it wouldn't do any good, right?
That's what we're looking for.
So we have an overview. So we provide an overview section that describes the process, right? Because not everyone's familiar with the exact process that's being audited. So we provide a general background first. Then we provide an executive summary. So if you've only got 15 minutes, it's 1 to 1.5 pages of what did we do, what did we find, and what's important to you. That is color coded.
Thank you.
We have
y'all can get into the
we have a green, blue, red, strong, satisfactory, unsatisfactory. We also have a red, yellow, green, high, moderate, low risk rating on our findings.
We've had that before. We like
with
that.
clear definitions and an appendix in the back. And then once we get into the detail, we get into what are all the exact procedures we did, what are the exact results, what are the findings, in a very deep format in a different section. So if you wanted to read a page and a half, we've got an executive summary for you. If you want to know what's deep on the inside, there's a whole nother section. That's where other charts, graphs, things might be.
Well, we read a lot of reports coming for our meetings, and our staff is amazing and all, but, and we care. I mean, we want to know. And so, thank you. Those are good questions. So, thank you. So,
Madam President, I'll make a motion.
Okay, I had one more question.
Oh,
So
sorry.
you're Daniel,
Yes, ma'am.
and you're Jeff. Do you have anything to say to us, Jeff, that you'd like to say?
A little bit about myself.
Okay.
So I got my internal audit certification back in 2014. Began working at Texas Medicaid Healthcare Partnership here in Austin. Then worked at Deloitte and then Baylor Scott and White. So I have an extensive history of working in healthcare.
Okay.
I came to Weaver about 4 years ago, and I've been working with Dan here in Austin since. A lot of my clients are, as he said, state agencies, higher education.
And Jeff is also the manager on medical board, pharmacy board. So he's a nice cross between our state government practice and our healthcare practice. And that's why he's the manager for Board of Nursing.
Great. So I just have an overarching question. Are you seeing, so you're doing audits, but we just had our IT. And so it's a firewall test yesterday. And so what are you seeing? I just saw something came across my phone yesterday that they're expecting some huge attacks or whatever, whoever they are, expecting from them, whoever that is. Have no idea. Russia, China, or something along that line. But just what are you seeing? Like, we have so many licensees, 500,000 or whatever, and just a general comment about what you're seeing.
Just emerging risks. I mean, from an IT perspective, IT is always
Yeah.
risk, and it's always changing. It's always auditors and people on the good side of things are always trying to play catch up to those that aren't, right? Because that's kind of how the cat and mouse game goes. But we have a dedicated practice for that. We've got a partner in our Dallas office. His name's Trip Hillman. He's a certified ethical hacker. He does all of our, so you won't get me talking to you about that audit. You'll get a person who does IT year round, and he does IT security year round. We have another IT partner who looks at IT general controls and backdrop support, sort of central nervous system IT, not IT security. And so we have different people that we will bring who have those unique skill sets. So that's always something that's emerging. We have a unique partnership. Again, we co-source, we're a co-sourced internal auditor with DIR. So we get a lot of firsthand information from DIR. We stay on top of that. We also have former state auditor office employees. So another one of our manager in our Austin office worked at SAO. So we have unique relationships there. So we try and stay on front of all the emerging risks for all the different agencies, what those regulatory bodies want. And then just, there's the other basic licensee issues. And we get to see a lot of different types of that because we do the 40 different license programs at TDLR and the 300 licensees, as well as pharmacy and medical. And so we get to see a lot of that and understand how the state looks at those practices, knowing that each agency looks at them a little bit differently. But we do have that unique perspective as we are able to look at those as well. So we just try and stay in front and top of all the emerging risks and make sure that we're having conversations with agency management about those when they come up so that we can be responsive and provide them and you comfort that the agency is addressing those and monitoring those in a timely manner.
Thank you. Thank you. Our agency has worked really hard to grow, and we have had growth, and we have a public that grows with increase in nursing at all levels, every year of new licensees, and then the staff to keep up with it. So as Hemant is saying, we're on the verge of moving up in category, and so I think you'll be busy, and we've tried to be busy. So hopefully you'll see, it's just been a few years. We've had an HR manager, and so we've really worked real hard in those skills for our agency. So thank you. Any other questions or statements or anything? Okay, so that motion?
Yes, this is Kathy Lederhorn, and I move to approve Weaver and Tyndale LLP as the awarded vendor of RFP number 507-23-002 and authorize the executive director of the board to prepare and execute a one-year contract with the option to renew for 3 one-year periods without the need for an additional rebidding process.
This is Maisie Jamison. I second.
Have a motion and a second. If there's no other discussion, if you'll please vote. Kathy Boswell,
Kathy Boswell, 4.
Laura Disk,
Laura Dis, 4.
Carol Hawkins Garcia,
Carol Hawkins Garcia, 4.
Maisie Jamison,
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Ken Johnson,
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Melissa Scott,
Melissa Scott, 4.
Kathy Ship, myself, 4, and Rick Williams.
Rick Williams, 4.
Thank you. And the motion passes. So welcome.
Thank you very much. We're excited to join.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for your time today. Okay, members, at this time, and thank you, Brian. Appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Board members, staff, and audience will now consider agenda item 9.5, executive session. So we're a little behind. Okay, executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071, Texas Government Code to discuss pending and or contemplated litigation and or settlement offers with our attorney to obtain legal advice related to Operation Nightingale regulatory response. Before we go into that, I wanted to say hello to Danny Green, who's from our enforcement area, one of Anthony Diggs' great people, and I saw you came in, and so we have another staff member, but then she's staying in, and you're staying in. Okay, so welcome. Okay. Remaining business in open meeting. The staff members that will be remaining are Dusty We are back out of our executive session, and we will go to 9.2 Board Development, a presentation on creating bioethical awareness among nurses, the value of the clinical ethics consultation in every clinical practice setting. And this is our own board member, Carol Hawkins Garcia. We're so excited. And please tell us about why you did this and where you did this and the degree you were obtaining. So welcome, Carol. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, board members, staff. Thank you for letting me come today and present. My journey to actually going to Harvard started out with actually stemmed from me serving on the Board of Nursing. I can't think of an encounter that I haven't had, whether it's in the E&D or even sitting in the quarterly meetings where it's very embedded in ethics. So going back to when I went to school, my ethics kind of was embedded in the program. There was, that I can recall, in my professional leadership class, is probably maybe a chapter that really touched on it. But in practice, I can't, now that I've went through this program, I can't think of a time or a patient encounter that doesn't require some type of ethical dilemma or something that touches on what the formal name of bioethics, but better known as medical ethics. So when I applied to the program, actually I got accepted. It was right at the beginning of COVID in 2020. It's at the medical school. The classes really comprise of a lot of surgeons, a lot of doctors. There are also attorneys in the class. So very few nurses in the class. I would say we're like this low-hanging fruit in there, but we bring a lot of bedside stories that are not encountered by the medical staff. Because as nurses, we know that we spend so much time with the patient and build a relationship because we have to build that trust with our patient in order to take care of them. So the Center for Bioethics at the medical school, the executive director, she is a nurse. She is she's going to retire in June, so she's being replaced. Her name is Christine Mitchell. And when she found out I was in the program, she immediately swooped me up and said, I'm going to be your mentor for your capstone project. So your capstone project is you find something that is of interest to you, and this program was a part-time program that I did. A lot of you seen me in class and stuff at night because it's a synchronous class. All the classes are synchronous. So yes, it was online, but we had to go to class in Zoom, and the classes were in the evenings. Usually start around 6, so it's in Boston, so it'd be a little later for us here, well, earlier for us here. And classes could be anywhere from an hour and a half to 2 hours. There were some classes that I had for 3 hours. So I'm sitting in class for 3 hours. Where I found it most productive, I actually had to have a place at home for class. So very transformative experience, not only just because it was at Harvard Medical School, but you had students, more international students than national students in this program. So I actually learned a lot about different cultures from all parts of the world. And those students that were in the program, that were international program, the majority of them were physicians or surgeons. So learned a lot about healthcare in other countries. So it was very transformational for me. So going to this project, you pick your project in the very beginning. You have to kind of, you take the whole 2 years to work on it. So it's a full-blown research project that you're working on. And I enjoyed it. The difficult part of it was that a lot of the research that I had to do was with the different organization up in the Massachusetts area. So having to coordinate meeting and having to get the IRB approval for some of this stuff that I had to do in here, actually learning how to go through that IRB approval through Harvard Medical School, and at that level, it was a great big learning experience at that level. So I enjoyed it. Some of the interesting classes that I took was our consortium classes. One was a clinical consortium class. So as students, we actually sat in on actual ethical consultation cases. We did that every week for about 16 weeks. It was either at Mass General or the Children's Hospital there. So, which was very interesting. And then after we sat through that, then we went into our big discussion group afterwards and sat in class for 2 hours to discuss and kind of more so helping us learn to how to perform on a ethics committee, if that was something we chose to do. Research consortium was more into learning what an IRB. We would actually sit in on an IRB and actually go through that process, which was also something that I had never experienced before. Those are the only two consortium classes that I chose. Oh, and my first one was policy, of course, because of my position here on the board. So just sitting through classes where federal policies are made, and we got to sit in on a couple of sessions with the White House and all. So it was very, very interesting at that level how things are done. So I'm going to kind of, after talking to Kristen and Dr. Benton, and then decided, okay, so I'm going to present this. So when we presented at our synopsis, we had a time limit. So when I presented, this was my actual poster, and I had to go through what the lit review was and all of that, what the findings were, and what my end product was going to be. So I had 8 minutes to present. It was very, very, I don't know, my stomach was in knots because they had the clock on the screen, and it's just clicking while you're talking. So I'm going to do a little bit more than that so that you can see some of just give you a little bit of some of the writing that I had to do when I was in there as a precursor to going into the actual, my board presentation. Approaching the room, I rolled my computer on wheels up to the door and greeted the guard sitting in the black metal folding chair outside the room. Room 532 was the room reserved for any prisoner being admitted to our unit. It was at the end of the hallway next to the stairwell, away from the other patient's room. He was a federal prisoner serving a life sentence. Caring for admitted prisoners was nothing new. In fact, I would often volunteer to be their night nurse, knowing the federal prisoners always came with 2 guards, one posted outside the room and the other at the bedside. I enjoyed having the extra patient help. It was 9 p.m., time for the routine night medications for all my patients. I decided to save the prisoner for last so that I could complete all of my nursing tasks for him and not have to return unless one of the guards called on his behalf. However, unknowingly, tonight, this particular patient encounter would change my approach to patient care forever. After taking my name badge off and flipping it down, face down on my computer on wheels, I knocked and entered the room and greeted the guard. He was standing at the foot of the bed watching a movie on his cell phone. I greeted the patient. "Hello, I'm your nurse tonight." John was his name, stage 4 lung cancer. It had metastasized to his brain and other vital organs. John was a DNR and was not expected to live much longer. He was recovering from palliative surgery, and we were providing comfort care until his demise. I raised the head of the bed, adjusted 2 pillows, held his cup while he took a sip of water, and asked him if he was in pain. 7 out of 10, he mumbled. I proceeded to medicate him for pain, completed my physical assessment, adjusted his gown, straightened out the sheet, blanket, and ensured he had the physical things he needed at his bedside. Then I did all the things a good nurse would do. Anything else I can get you, John? Yes, he whispered. Can you read a few chapters from the Bible to me? I'm handcuffed to the bed, so I can't do it for myself. And the guard, well, he refused. And I'd rather not have a chaplain. I mean, if it's okay with you. Sure, John, no problem at all, I replied. I had done this before for patients, but not a patient who was incarcerated. I pushed my computer on wheels out of the room and parked it right outside the door so that the other nurses on the floor would know my location. I walked back into the room, closed the door, and sat in the guard's folding chair next to John's bed. I began reading from his Bible to him, pausing to ask if he was okay. John would often smile, which reassured me that this is what he needed from me in this moment. As he began to share the turning point in his life that would define the physical environment for the rest of his life, I discovered that during John's incarceration, he had experienced a personal transformation, a reparative healing from his brokenness. John's life had always resembled life of Dick, Jane, mother, father, in the primary books I learned to read in 1st grade, until the evening he came home from work and an argument with his wife ignited that led to John's life-changing moment. Today, John was at peace with death. After all, as he put it, dying is insignificant. It will come for all of us one day, regardless of where we are in our life's journey, that's for sure. John had discovered that for him, it was everything that happened before death that is significant. That is what mattered most to him. He accepted that he could not change the behavior, the act that resulted in his feet shackled to the bed and hands handcuffed to the bed frame. But he could use it to change the trajectory of his life. John explained what mattered to him was how he lived his life going forward, the moment he created the little treasures he found in life, and his refusal to let his circumstance define the rest of his life's journey. He shared that his first encounter with death is knowing he is incarcerated for the rest of his life. And his second encounter is the current physiological state that he was in. So he chose to embrace it all and continue to live, finding small moments of stillness, peace, and joy, even though he knew his time was limited. He also wondered how his life would have played out, but he vowed never to fold and give up. On the 3rd night I had John as a patient, his breathing slowed, and he became non-coherent. After my first encounter with John, I contacted a member of the hospital ethics committee and asked if it was possible to get permission to have his shackles and handcuffs removed as he became closer to death. After gaining hospital approval and several days of phone calls, the guards obtained permission to grant the request, and the shackles and handcuffs that seemed to define who John was for so many years were taken off. He was now removed from his first encounter with death. John died peacefully that same day. That was 19 years ago, and stepping off the elevator onto any nursing unit has different meaning to me. The experience I shared with John changed how I approach my patients forever. My peripetia. I discovered that first, moral curiosity provides me with better insight of what an individual is experiencing and undertaking of what it feels like to be you, so I can have empathy. Second, enhance my ability to shift perspectives so that I can enter their world, which will allow me to see, feel, hear their perspective, and impel me to examine my personal biases and prejudices so that I can appreciate and invite others' views of a situation which may take me away from the comfort of my single lens, to be more open to others' perspectives that are different than mine. Last, moral imagination, the ability to imagine another's life so that I can see as I have not seen before, to experience life as another so that I can see, feel, hear as they do, to better understand them, their life, and their perspective. The brief moment with John resonates with me as I remember and reflect on the importance of connections, being present in the moment with the patient. Meet them where they are, pay close attention to the particulars of their story in order to have a better understanding of why and what matters most to them. When patients enter the healthcare system, they usually are entering a foreign and frightening environment. Intimate conversations and activities such as being touched and probed that normally do not occur between strangers are a commonplace between nurses and patients. There's an unavoidable trust that occurs between the nurse and patient. Nurse responsiveness to this trust includes the promise to be the most excellent nurse that they can be. With this trust comes patient advocacy. The concept of advocacy is part of the ethics code of the International Councils of Nurses and the American Nurses Association since the 1970s. Nurses are called upon to ensure that all appropriate parties are involved in patient care decisions, that patients are provided with information needed to make informed decisions, and that collaboration is used to increase accessibility and availability of health care to all patients who need it. In healthcare, particularly nursing practice, given the prevalence of moral issues, many nurses are unaware of the constant need to choose between competing moral obligations. There are situations in which the nurse is compelled to choose between acting or not, a decision that would affect the life of a human being, which both actions are either reasonable or unreasonably justified as being good or uncertain. However, the actions must be chosen, thereby generating a dilemma for the nurse who is burdened with the act. Personal and professional values and competencies, bioethical principles, theories, and choice of approach are factors that must be considered. Normative influences are constantly present in nursing, resulting in questioning, what ought I do in this situation? According to the American Nurses Association Code of Ethics for Nurses, nurses have a duty to create and sustain practice environments that are supportive of the ethical obligation of nurses. Practice environments that are supportive of nurses' ethical obligations cannot exist if nurses are not aware of the availability and the usefulness of a clinical ethics consultation. Following a review of the literature, Nursing Credentialing Association website, and states boards of nursing websites, I have created a digital brochure for nurses about the availability and usefulness of a clinical ethics consultation. So now I want to turn your attention to the actual poster itself. And so the background, nurses are the largest group of healthcare professionals who perform an array of roles in providing high-quality patient care. However, in the course of providing care, ethical issues emerge in all clinical practice settings, making it essential that nurses are aware of the availability of the clinical ethics consultation. So here I have like a scale there showing kind of like in the outpatient setting. A lot of these settings you don't have access to ethics committees. They just don't exist. Not that we found in the literature after all of what during our research. Inpatient settings is where they're most familiar, where they're actually organized and actually have like departments, and this is what they do. So the 5 important reasons for increasing nurses' awareness of clinical ethics consultation. Briefly listed them here. Educate nurses on bioethical awareness. Identify ethically challenging dilemmas that can cause moral distress in the nurse. Recognizing one's own limits when encountering bioethical challenges in clinical settings, and advocating for patients and their families, and to appreciate that a clinical ethics consultation can actually benefit patient outcomes. So like I said, in the findings, the literature research that we found that it was the inpatient setting where these lie. In outpatient settings such as home health, in clinics, in LTACs, you usually don't find them. And in these areas, I'm more than sure nurses actually experience a lot of ethical dilemmas. So discussion was around nurses need support when the trajectory of the patient's care becomes dissonant or institutional issues lead to ethical and moral concerns. The usefulness of a clinical ethics consultation supports nurses with ethical challenges, lessens moral distress, not only in the nurse but also in the family and the patient, and leads to increased career satisfaction. Utilizing a clinical ethics consultation for ethically challenging dilemmas also enhances the professional practice of nursing and supports the Code of Ethics for Nurses. The Code of Ethics for Nurses was created as a reference for carrying out nursing responsibilities in a manner consistent with the ethical duties of the nursing profession, and maximizing the number of nurses educated about the clinical ethics consultation utilizing the electronic this tool that I built, which was the brochure. I do have it in electronic form. It has a QR code to it. And in conclusion, it is essential for nurses to be aware of the clinical ethics consultation, the benefits of the process, the role it plays in decision-making in order to increase promotion of its use. By doing so, it promotes a culture of ethical decision-making, leading to improved patient care and optimal clinical outcomes. So the future is to publish this tool on state boards of nursing websites, NCSBN website, publish on nursing credentialing and nursing association website. Ultimately, areas where nurses tend to go to look for information, I believe this is where this tool would be most beneficial. And to create a bioethics resource website for nurses and for nursing students. And finally, to actually develop which I'm working with the Center for Innovative Discoveries at Harvard, to develop a virtual clinical ethics consultation service platform. What that platform would be is a place where like home health companies could actually use this service when they run into these when a nurse or a provider brings issue to and now they have access to an ethics consult without having to budget for one and build it into their business model. That's all I have. Any questions?
Yeah, it's great.
That was great.
Thank you.
And what a journey.
Yes, it was.
That was very emotional. I think as nurses, a lot of us have those one patient that stays with us and makes a difference. And you advocated for him.
I was an LVN at that time. I had just became an LVN. I was an LVN when I had that patient. I was living in Corpus Christi.
Mm-hmm. That's wonderful. Wonderful.
Carol, that is amazing. And I know one that comes up all the time as a hospice nurse is the family wants you to take your name tag off because they don't want mama to know that they're on hospice. So that would be such a thing to be able to have this with the family. Let's do this ethics consult. That's amazing.
I think before when I walked in there, and I made sure I put that in there, just being so stereotyping the prisoner. That's why I took my badge off and flipped it.
Yes.
You know, but coming out of that experience, it just changed how I cared for my patients going forward.
Carol, I think this is an amazing resource that we need. I know in the hospital setting we have an ethics committee, and even at that, it's hard to trigger them and bring them together. Sometimes it can take days because gathering everyone, it's not like you can just pick up the phone and everyone's available and discuss a situation. It takes a lot of planning, so it is difficult.
It does. And what I like about the clinical ethics committee is it includes the family. Mm-hmm. And it's times when if the patient is part of the decision-making process. If the issue is decision-making, the patient is also involved in that. So I really like that part of it, because sometimes the family is the surrogate for the patient, and it's important. Like I said in my story, we need to know what matters, and what that usually guides the recommendation. It's not really a decision making, but that usually guides the committee's recommendation on the clinical path to go with this patient. Is what is it that the patient wants, so.
Carol, I think this is a great project. I think, the absence of having shared decision making on these ethical, moral issues, dilemmas, it increases the risk of moral distress. And we know now what happens when that is going on. We lose nurses. They burn out, they get stressed out, and they leave the workforce. So this is a great preventative measure. I mean, of course, primarily it benefits the patient's care, but it also preserves, the moral integrity of the nurse and wellness.
So this tool went through the ringer, I'm telling you, outside of, so I built the skeletal of it and all, but I had different, so they have a New England Nurses Coalition, bioethical coalition, that really helped me work on this and put it all together. So it did take about 1.5 years to make sure it said and did what it needed to do. So thank you for allowing me to present.
Well, thank you for doing it. That's just wonderful.
We're proud of you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Now, I have a question. Will you
Yes.
share your research
Huh?
via email? Will you share your research?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Will you email
Good,
us?
good information
Absolutely.
to share with
So
our young
the tool itself, it has a QR code. So say if I don't know if a nursing unit wanted to put it up, because it's more informative. So they could scan it and actually read the brochure. So I made it where it's not going to take up all this space on someone's website or anything. So that we were very careful in making sure that it would be easy to disseminate, so that nurses can become more aware and utilize the consultation more. But yes, I can get it to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So, members, we are concluding. The last thing is the review of the board quarterly meeting evaluation 9.1. And I'm not going to go over the whole thing. It is very, I appreciate the fact that we had members have a lot of statements. And I see that I've gathered up the evaluations from this meeting as well. And so I make sure everyone gets their evaluation done. But the thread that I have in all of these years is the fact of how well the staff does. And we always have this in there. And the members always talk about that the agenda's well done. The staff are phenomenal. They talk about educators and Patricia, because we work with Patricia more on a one-to-one basis, and she gives us the reports. And so the board as a group is just so appreciative of the work that the staff does to help us do our job and help us be prepared. And, our practice staff, our investigative staff, and all. And we don't have this here because we don't really evaluate E&D, but the staff, our board members are always very appreciative of how our E&D meetings go and how we have what we need to be able to make those decisions. And we have a lot of staff in here today, and we just want them to know, and especially even for this meeting, that we had 38 schools that were worked up, and then our legal group of what they've given us on our cases and even our Nightingale would to just have had that executive session, and then pulling in IT. I think this has been one of our busiest, even hardest meetings, so I'll be interested to see that. But when we're looking and we look back and we're finishing up, we just we have a good board, and I think our board is respectful to agree and disagree, and just all of our reports that we have, we appreciate them, and I think it's exciting that we're in our new building and that we're in our new room, and we've had our IT work going on with our guys back there giving me the heads up and when we're ready to go. And it's not easy to go into executive session, and so just thank you from the bottom of my heart of the work that it takes for us to do these meetings. And they were just talking about that board and staff alike are some of the most dedicated, amazing people I've ever had the honor to work with, and the BON is good, hands-on, with Chris at the helm, and we have our new people in different positions, and I think our leadership succession that we had, our transitions have worked well, and we owe that to our people who did retire and leave and moved on, and the people that have moved forward with retirements and those leaving. And you know who you are. A lot of those people have stepped up, and we have a great foundation. I'm going to cry. This is terrible. So, we have new board members. We're still 3 short. We hate to see Kim go. And so we have another LVN member coming, and 2 more consumers. And so thank you for that. And it's 12:38. We've had a long day and a half, and we're done. Thank you.